together, we make 10. I got a 7.
Okay, looks like. Let's see. Wait for a few people to get in roll 20, and I guess we can start. All right. Are we all here and ready, or no? Just let me know.
Ready.
AZ crew's ready.
I'm good to go.
All right. So if we're ready to go, if we're all ready, Taven, if you're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. I think we can get started then. So let's go ahead with our recap. And anybody can do the recaps for inspiration. Just reminding the table.
I took notes so I can do the recap. What are the big judges? Unless someone else wants to do it.
It's all yours.
So we're moving through the hallways of the dungeon, trying to outrun whatever, probably spiders. As we're all going through it. For Kappa found a locked dresser. And Aspen just used her big ass shovel as a big ass key to open it. Inside there were a bunch of purple cloaks and one green cloak. that we just sort of snatched and grabbed and ran with. We didn't identify what they were yet. And gone through the just hallway tunnels. Mara Voss we came across a bunch of rats, giant rats, and Mara Voss just destroyed one. Nat 20'd against it, and it was awesome. She also found a secret passageway. And Sienna was the first one that found a giant spider and got literally caught in its webs and paralyzed. In that combat, we fought a bunch of carrion crawlers and giant spiders. Everyone struggled with athletics because athletics suck and no one could jump. During that combat, Sienna went into death saves. And Aspen saved her using her healing potion. Luckily, we all survived that combat. Then we moved more towards the southeast to try and get out. And then down near the very end of it, Lan saw a non-uniformed humanoid. So like not part of the dungeon. So and then as we got closer, we found out it was Maravoss's crew member. Nah, her ship, she's the captain of the Black Tide. And then we talked with her for a long time about joining her or what we plan to do next. And we ended up we're going to go with her for a bit, and she's going to drop us off at a fishing dock town while she's on her way to Dragon Bridge. And right after we destroyed the earrings from the princess, because we don't trust anything she gave us, and not worth it in case she can eavesdrop on us and track us. So we destroyed those. And while we're resting and recovering on the ship, Kappa identified a bunch of the items. It was 8 cloaks of shifting tides and eye drops of shadow sight, which are very cool. And we're on our way to a fishing dock town that is unnamed while we're heading towards, I think, Taven's quest. Southern Waterlands.
The Shimmering
Where we
Water.
ended. Shimmering Waters. I was close. I was good. And that's where we ended.
Let's see. All right. So you find yourselves on board the Black Tide, and you've been sort of shown below deck by some of the other crew members to the sort of sleeping quarters. It's an area here also lined with tables and so forth, as you can see. Right. So the seas are eerily calm, but it's late in the evening before you've had a chance to lay down. What do you want to do? Find yourselves in the Black Tide.
I'm gonna find a nice secluded corner, probably on the deck of the ship, to trance.
Okay. That'll bring you over here.
For Cuppa would try to find basically what equated to the nurse's office on the ship if they have one, either that or like a place for Mr. Hagenbach and Naka to go. That's a little bit more secure if they have a doctor's area, or just put him where they could look after him. It's at least better. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they've got him propped up. What you notice, they put him in here, and he's been stabilized and he's resting. So yeah, that's the information. That's all the information you have so far. But he would be in that room up there.
So yeah, that was just their main concern, making sure he gets to wherever their surgeon doctor person is, and have somebody help look after him, make sure he's not actively dying.
So yeah, you would have talked to Callista Moran, a tiefling, a grave cleric tiefling. Her pirate name is Drift.
Sounds fun.
Aspa's just gonna be hanging with the crew members and just trying to help out and living the dream as a pirate.
Fortunately, the crew is how many members are there? I think there's like 10, counting the captain. There's plenty to crew this vessel. It's not an immensely it's not an immense vessel, but you could tell that this the vessel itself could probably house guests of your number. So
Lan is gonna walk up to Four Cuppa while she's watching over Mr. H, and he's gonna kind of lean down and say, "Are you gonna be okay?"
Oh yeah, he'll survive. He's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about him. I'm talking about you.
Oh no, I'm fine. If he's alive, I'm fine. We'll survive. We'll get through it. It's fine.
You know, it's okay to think about doing stuff on your own without Mr. H. I said it's okay to do stuff, think about doing stuff on your own without Mr. Hagenbach and Daka.
Yeah, but that's not what the contract says, you know. What he says goes. So that's what we do. And then while he's unconscious, I can do stuff.
Lana's just gonna kind of nod his head and then step out of the room and just sit down at the table here and trying to just mentally decompress from the last couple days.
Okay, so you sort of just sit down at the table and center yourself a bit as the ship sort of sways back and forth. Those of you not accustomed or have your sea legs, quote unquote, yet, it's the seas are a bit calm as the ship hasn't pulled too too far away from the coast. I would say they're about 17 or 20 miles away from the coast, which isn't far on a ship. Um, but yeah, so you're not feeling a heavy amount of swaying from the ship as you walk around. However, it is a little different. You do feel the sway, it's just not very turbulent at the moment.
Should we roll to see who gets seasick the most?
If you want to do that, it's a con save. If
I want to
you
see.
feel, yeah. So if you haven't sailed before, it's a realistic thing to roll for. So roll a con save to see if you get sick.
Hey,
For Cuppa, yes, you get seasick. Aspen, no. It feels a little odd to you. You can feel things shifting around, like your stomach and different organs shifting around your body. It's really uneasy, but it doesn't make you want to. It doesn't make you sick.
sweet.
Yeah. All right. Late at night, and Mara has given instructions to the crew, who is rotating watches throughout the night, of course. And she has made her way to her quarters. All right. Resting place and lay down to sleep. There are several places to rest. In the middle of the ship would be the best place. So if you were to go upstairs, Ezekiel, um, there are hammocks and then there are a few bedrooms. So yeah, you find your way. Let's say to like here. All right. So you guys unwind as the ship sails throughout the night. If there's not much else to do. You can go ahead and reset your stats for a long rest.
Yay!
Because ultimately, I'm pretty sure you'll be resting anyways. So go ahead and long rest.
I was gonna say, during the long rest, can I use my right tool for the job and arcane firearm abilities to turn my quarterstaff into an arcane firearm? So like that to get wood carver's tools to do that.
With the tools in hand, you can magically create an unoccupied space, 1 hour. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't have wood carver's tools, and you needed to do a arcane firearm, so create
Right,
my
you
wood carver tools, and then after that's done, prepare the arcane firearm from my quarterstaff as the focus thing.
okay? So what you are able to do for Cuppa is during the time that you're preparing to go down for sleep, you figure, okay, well, let me just take this moment of time to myself to transmute this and see if I can get this working. You're able to, throughout the duration, which would be an hour, you're able to turn your quarterstaff into a focus to channel your arcane power. So there you go.
Perfect. Because ever since we level 5, there wasn't really a good chance. It's like, we're always in danger. We seem like in less danger now, so seemed like a good time.
So yeah, don't forget the D8 for the damage roll on that. Whenever you shoot something with the thing, with the wand or staff, I mean.
Yep. So
Okay.
just to double check, that counts even for like cantrips, like the firebolt spell. Just to
Yeah,
make
if
sure.
you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So the way this will work is you'll be, unless you state otherwise, I'll assume that you'll be casting these spells through your quarterstaff, unless there's some reason you can't, like you get disarmed or something like that, right?
Right. Okay. Perfect. Just want to make sure.
Yep.
If that ever comes up.
Until then, we'll just assume that you're casting your spells through just for ease of the mathematics and combat and stuff. All right. Hey. So the night goes by and you're able to settle down a bit. The rocking of the ship actually helps you get to sleep much faster, you've noticed. And the next morning comes around, and the crew is sort of the crew of pirates are sort of bustling about, and they seem to be topside, or at least above deck from where you guys are sleeping. So, the plan was to sail to. Let's see.
Insert town name.
Yes.
It was to go, yeah, to like here-ish.
Yeah. So that is Reinhold. All right. Yeah. So that is Brian Holden. You would be making your way to that small. Well, it's not small actually. Brian Hold's. It's not. Let's say it's not small, but it's a little bigger than a hamlet in its size. It's what you learn from the other crewmates is that it's got a fair amount of trade that goes on there, um, which makes it perfect for pirates to go in and try to steal things. Of course, you find out as they love to do. But it's a little bit more, or it's a lot more. It's a lot more controlled than Stormwatch Bay, where Stormwatch Bay is seemingly just kind of ran however Lord Greywater wants to run it. You also learn that Breinhold is pretty um, friendly towards the House of Thorn, so just be cautious. And Captain Mara will suggest you work out some kind of identity from here on out if you're going to be traveling the land. So during your travel, you sort of interact with the pirates in this way, and they give you some helpful tips. All right. So let me calculate the entire journey to Breinhold here.
While everybody's up, uh, I'll search each and every one of them out to see if they want to be cleaned. From the sewer water.
Okay. So okay. That is, let's see. Yeah, that'll work. So yeah, if you use prestidigitation, you can use it that way.
Anybody need a cleaning? Clothes on.
I mean, Sienna won't say no to it.
Okay. So you guys take pleasure in that, and Captain Mara, I guess. Let's see. I gotta plan out what she. Okay, yeah. So she's still. So throughout the journey, you still hear tales of the lost crown. There are a few nights where she has a lot of drinks with the crew and yourselves if you want, and they talk about it, of course. She sort of gives descriptions of its beauty and what it's supposed to look like, and even though she's never seen it, right? But she tells you tales of it, of its legend. Otherwise, it seems like you're too close to shore to get like attacked by a sea creature. So good for you.
For food, do we fish?
Yeah, there are stores on the ship. They have food stored up on the ship, but if you want to fish, you can. Yes,
I'll give it
they
a
would
shot.
sort of. There are areas where they would slow the ship down, and you could fish if you wanted to. Yeah.
Probably before everybody woke up while I was trancing, I would have just asked somebody that was bustling about if there are fishing rods available.
The helmsman would have came over to you and directed you over to the locker where they keep these fishing rods, which look makeshift, but they're usable.
Yeah, I'll probably fish for like 2 hours before everybody wakes up.
Yep. All right, roll 1d5, or I'm sorry, not 1d5, shit, 1d6. 1d5, my brain scambled. All right, you managed to catch 3 fish during that time period.
I'll just take it to the kitchen.
So the cook there, the cook actually would be there. Let's see, who is the cook? Yep, Elia Galton. It's a halfling. So she would be in there, and you would bring the fish to her, and she would smile greatly. She says, "Oh, that's quite a catch. We typically don't catch many of the larger fish down this far to the south, but perhaps it's got something to do with the lunar cycle and so forth, sleeping of the sea creatures and everything. It's very good." And she takes it and she will put it in this ice, like this chest of ice where it ices out the meat.
Cool. Just wanted to help run our keep.
All right. Now it's during this time, Mr. Hagenbachendaka has actually recovered. So let's see. So yeah, he would be recovered at this point. For Cuppa, just letting you know, like throughout the journey, a couple days in, he probably would have felt okay to get up.
Awesome. And I can't remember if you said already, but when we found him, did he have any of his stuff with him, or was he all like basically cleaned out besides the clothes he was wearing, kind of thing?
Oh yeah, he doesn't have any of his
Okay.
like loot. He has his clothes and stuff, but like his tools and stuff are all gone.
Okay. Okay. Just making
Yeah.
sure. Couldn't remember if we said.
As we're exiting and getting ready to leave the ship, Aspen's going to be slightly disappointed she didn't get a sea serpent tooth for little trophy on the voyage, but happy that we survived.
Well, the rolls are in your favor, and you're pretty far away from. In that narrow channel there, it's hard to get like a huge creature to swim through there for anything. They wouldn't really fit, and they couldn't really maneuver. Not that it's narrow, but it's just too uninhabited for it to be for
Right.
larger creatures to come through there. Yeah. But as boring as it is, you do make it on board the ship, unless there's something you want to do amongst yourselves before you arrive in Breinhold.
One of the days, Four Kappa was gonna track down Aspen. Not that it would be hard, but like track her down and give her one of her useless magic things that she made. The essentially what equates to a magic 8-ball that we talked about, Cody.
Oh yeah.
Give that to Aspen, because that's what she had asked for forever ago. She finally finished it while on the ship.
Alright, so you give that to Aspen.
Yeah.
Okay.
When during the journey did you do it? Is that at the end of it? Or like middle or
I would say about in the middle of the way down. Just as far as time to actually put it together and enchant it with the what it needed to be actually functional.
Yeah.
First question she's going to do is, will we come across a giant sea serpent to fight? And shake it and see what it says. Or what, roll it? Okay, then I'll roll it and see what it says. Asking it, will we come across a sea serpent to fight?
Okay, so you're gonna roll the magic 8-ball item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we made a roll sheet for it, didn't we, Sarah?
Yeah, we did. Have to
Yep.
go find it again.
Let's see. Let me scroll up. Okay, yeah, roll 1d20.
One!
All right, so it swirls around and this d20 sort of faces upwards and floats outwards. This message appears that says "Outlook not so good."
Aspen's just gonna pick it up and be very disappointed and sad. This is fun. I like this. So you can roll Cool. Thank you. I like it. This is very cool. Magic item.
Well, I mean, just for people who wanted to visualize it, it's basically like the size of a baseball with a bunch of leather pieces stitched together, kind of looking like a d20 with little animal bones inside, because that's what you need to cast the augury spell, which would tell you how things are going to turn out. So that's what it looks like.
Yep.
Size of a baseball that rattles.
While we're on our journey, I'll probably seek out for Keppa to see if she, or like for Keppa, I know the enchantment that you put on my wizard's robes is appreciated. I think Sienna might benefit from it more. She concentrates on her spells a lot more. I thought I don't appreciate it. Just think the team would benefit for her having that buff.
Fork up will be like, yeah, if you're sure you want to switch with her, I'll go let her know if we want to switch that over to her. And then she'll go ask Sienna if she wants it, kind of quickly describing what it does. And I'll post it so you guys can see if Anna wants it or not.
And then Sienna, are you alive?
I'm reading it.
How do you read? Did you pass out from
I'm
seasickness?
reading it to make sure there's no weird catches.
It's just an infusion from for cup, but there's no cat.
Oh, okay. I don't. Sure, I guess. Most of my spells, I think, are concentration.
So yeah, we'll switch that infusion from William to Anna, or Fitzir to Sienna.
Okay. So yeah, you go ahead and enchant that. Make sure you guys keep track of that. As the enchantment, I guess, goes to Sienna. So that'll do. All right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Are any of Mara's crew mages or wizards? Sorry, wizards.
Let me check. I believe there should be one at least. Should be one that can help you out with that. Let me see which one of these would fit that description. Take a look here. Okay. Scroll up to the crew. All right, cool. Your best bet would be actually no, never mind. I'm sorry. Nobody on the. I just went through the crew roster, all 8 members. None of them are magic wielders. Sorry.
Hakuna Matata.
Beyond the cleric's a grave domain cleric, but can't really help you with like wizard stuff in that way. But in Breinhold, you should be able to find someone. It's about pretty big place, pretty varied in its sources. So you do find out that the odds of you finding someone you can speak with on matters like that are pretty high in Breinhold, which is your destination.
Awesome. Is there anything I could do to help the crew out throughout the day? Each day we're on our journey.
I mean, yeah, there's always like topside work that needs to be done and stuff like that. So you for sure can help there. There's always maintenance and cleaning that needs to be done on the ship. So for sure, yeah, you can help them out if you want.
Vizier, can you sing us a song? Wait, isn't someone else really good at singing?
That's Sienna. You don't want to hear me singing.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's my specialty, but I'd say I'm adequate.
I mean, we're on a pirate ship, right? If there's no sea shanties, are we really on a ship?
Valid. Valid.
In the playlist I sent you, there are songs you can play on a ship.
I do have a Lindsay Sterling song that's very oceany. I forgot what it. I think it's called like Master of Tides. It's pretty cool.
That also too. That works. That's a good one too.
You can play music for the crew.
Yeah, I can share it as soon as I. There it is. Share.
I'm gonna make my way up to the top deck with Vizier and maybe help out with some cleaning.
Okay. So you make your way up and help out with some of the cleaning with the crew, some of the sort of a lot of the woodwork itself, of course, and there are plenty of empty barrels and so forth that need to be broken down and disposed of. So yeah, there's a few things you can do, but the crew itself also keeps a rather, for a pirate vessel, it seems to be much more kept because you learn that they use this vessel as a merchant vessel. That way they can gain access to ports without, being immediately, arrested. and all the pirates have fake identities to get them onto land. So you learn that when
Right.
you learn that while working alongside him.
I'm gonna yell down to Lan, "Hey, I found you a new hiding spot, Mister Totally Not a Ninja." And then I'll point at and gesture to a few barrels off in the corner.
Soot is actually going to have to look up as she says that because Lan is kind of taking turns on watch in the crow's nest. Figures since he's probably one of the more nimble members of our party, he'd help out climbing rigging and stuff like that, letting sails down. So he'll look down as Soot says that, and he'll kind of look at her and be like, like that fake laugh, and then just roll his eyes and go back to his work.
Also, I assume Blackberry's with us, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give Blackberry a sponge, and he's gonna start scrubbing.
Okay, so yeah, he'll follow your commands and do so, which is actually very helpful. So you see him sort of just scrubbing alongside you, even better than some of the other deckhands that are up there. He's going to town on it. And as sort of the days go by, you get closer and closer to Brinehold. Is there anything that you wanted to sort of... Do you have a plan once you get there? Mara will sort of ask on this journey.
Forkuppa's gonna respond. That's really nice that you think we plan ahead that far. It's appreciated.
I was literally gonna say the same thing. I'm like, we don't make plans. We make up as we go along.
She sort of smirks and she's like, "All right, I like it. Just make it up as you go," sort of thing.
Not knowing that in advance, does that mean we plan that?
Mara looks over. Well, for example, if we wanted to go into Brinehold, we would have to go in using our identities. And a few of us would have to disguise ourselves to fit the identities. And of course, the cells you see topside are friendly merchant cells. So we have to sort of fit the uniformity of the ship itself, and we could make our way into the port. However, if you guys don't have a plan such as that, and you're being hunted by Lord Greywater, and maybe even now the House of Thorn, if perhaps the princess has heard word for him, you think? So if they're looking for you, if anyone may be looking for you in Brinehold, it would be maybe a good idea to not, at least don't tell everyone who you actually are.
Do you think that word would have gotten here that fast about our escape about it?
Mara shrugs. Well, they do have a lot of money and access to magical trinkets, so I would just assume that the best thing is to assume that people already know.
We have to come up with some aliases, identities, and not be the spirit busters.
So it would seem.
Mara shrugs and says, "It's really up to you. I would just be careful and probably don't tell anyone that looks military who you really are, and obviously try not to get their attention drawn to you in the port. It should be fairly easy. It's not like the entire place of Brinehold is swarming with guards and stuff. It's really not. It's quite modest, but if the alarm raises, they will shut the port down, and I don't wish to stay here longer than a night so we can sort of go buy some things for the ship."
do like a 20-mile bypass and go like sail past it and go in on foot? Or before?
Well, my intention was to sort of port in an area that's not highly trafficked by the sort of Evan Thorne's sort of Royal Navy, right? Because they do like to frequent this place.
I think it would be too hard just to come up with some names and slight disguises just to get through this town and land. To land here, or I guess dock here, and then quickly just make our way through the town and leave. I don't think it would be too hard just to make some quick disguises and names. We're not planning on staying here long.
I mean, personally, the way I see it, the less we plan, the better. Because if we don't know the plan, they don't know our plan, and they can't anticipate our moves if we don't even know where we're going. Chaos, raiding, keeps us safe.
Very true.
And would you like to weigh in?
What was the first name you said? You cut out at the very beginning.
Sorry, it was just the gentleman in general.
Oh.
Ezekiel's very quiet over there.
Lan is gonna say, yeah, I definitely think we need to change our appearances a little bit, go by different names. There's also some I can try and check and see if my people have a presence in this city, and if they do, if I can get any information about what's going on.
Not a bad idea.
Ezekiel will second that and say, I think it's smart if we try to create a false identity for ourselves. And he'll go back to helping the deckhands.
I mean, we have all these matching cloaks. We can pretend, we're like a cult or something and just coming through, and people will stay away from us if they don't want to get recruited into it.
But wouldn't that just draw a lot of attention?
Maybe, but people tend to avoid cults because they don't want to get roped in. They're not going to ask too many questions.
If they think
That's the
it
way I see
requires
it.
a blood sacrifice.
Exactly. As we tell them, in order for us to answer questions, you must first make a blood sacrifice of like half your blood. You will to do that? No, then go away. They'll leave us
I
alone.
just universally be a person who wants to do that, and then we're stuck with the person who wants to join a cult.
Could I make friends with a seagull and then use beast sense to see what's about?
Ooh, that's fun.
If you're able to, if you're able to find one and befriend it, yes. I think it has to have a certain. Let's see. I think it has to have a certain intelligence score or something. Steel though should. Let's see.
I feel like it would. They're annoying enough to go after a person's ice cream. They've got some intelligence. More than a pigeon.
Let's see. A pigeon would be tougher than a seal.
No, I'm
I
definitely
would say.
going seal.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, sure. So you can find a seal, absolutely. They're sort of. It would have to be probably closer to the latter part of the journey, but you would encounter. You could probably encounter one there as the ship sort of comes to a slow. All right. Roll an animal handling check to see first if the seal is interested in you. Okay, you manage to sort of gain the seal's interest and touch. He sort of moves closer to you and is a little curious.
Okay. I'm gonna whisper in his little floppy wet ear. Can you go tell me everything you can about what's going on in the town ahead? And are they saying any of our names? In a bad way.
The seal looks and nods, and turns and dives into the water. Do you want him to gather? Was it specific names?
Yeah, any of our names. And maybe in a bad light.
Like at the port?
Yeah.
Okay. So the seal will swim up as the ship sort of comes to a slow before you guys decide to enter the port. We'll say that you guys hang out. You can hang out on the black tide for a fair amount of time to get a plan together for when you enter the port. You can enter under the guise of Tidewater merchants, which is the disguise of Mara and the rest of the pirates. There are these ponchos you can wear that are the same color of the sails to indicate that you are part of the merchants. Usually that right there is enough to get you by, without anybody stopping you and asking you for a name. Like if you travel in a group, Assassin's Creed style. So Mara will tell you that. Like I can get you. She says even if they come back, if you're worried about getting onto the port, I can probably at least get you through the port. But each of you will have to pay a gold piece. And wear the Tidewater Merchant's poncho.
Yeah, that sounds simpler than trying to pass as a cult.
You know, I was just making a suggestion. You could have suggested something.
I was following along what Mira originally suggested.
Well, I figured you would ask Mara, so that's her suggestion. You don't have to do that though. I mean, it's not the only way to get onto the port. The seal is going to swim out there, and it'll probably take 2 or 3 hours for it to return. So you guess it's going to take some time. But you do gain some knowledge about Brindlehold while you wait. The crew has offered you a map to look at if you wish.
Maps are fun.
Okay. It's unfortunately a map that wasn't. It was a map that was drawn that they took before it was given any landmarks or anything like that. But it's an accurate telling of where places are in the map. You can sort of tell, and then fill in the information as you get there because the pirates don't know.
Well.
This is much larger than a small fishing town.
Yeah. It is. It's much larger than that, yes.
That's the
because
truth.
I forgot what it actually was, and I went and looked in my notes because I knew felt like I had something there, and this is it.
Seeing this map now, I really want to see if we can drop off a little sooner than the port and come in on foot, maybe in separate groups of like 5 minutes apart.
Yeah, there's several ports you can hit that have less traffic. I'll let you guys plan what you wish to do as you behold the Breinhold map and get an idea of what you want to do.
I think the gentlemen of the group can all go in solo, a couple minutes apart. I think the ladies go in groups of 2. One group will go in first, and then the men, and then the last pair of ladies behind us. That ought to split us up evenly enough.
So not just the men, but the women and children too.
I was gonna suggest we
That was
just split that
great.
better and like with kill counts, make it more balanced.
That's actually a good plan. Mara will say it's not bad.
So I guess kind of Sarah saying like, yeah, a magic user and a martial characters kind of even out in case there's danger of either type.
Like Aspen and Sienna can go together. Sudden or Kappa. For the guys, kind of the same thing where it's like slightly more heavy hitting magic user and slightly more martial, depending on abilities. Thoughts?
And then Landon and Ezekiel go together, kind of, since Ezekiel's kind of more magic-y ish. And Taven and Faseric go together.
I do what the ladies tell me.
Smart man.
Like again, if you guys have a different set of pairing ideas, you can. That's just the initial. Or you
Say
does it
the
need to be
pairings one more time.
well, because of Land's initial idea, the guys go in their groups, the girls go in their groups, but like Sienna and Aspen as one pairing for the girls, and then Soot and Kappa for this other one, or did we want it like boy girl kind of pairing? Not that way, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think
How
we already
dare
got the
you
pairings
judge
kind of here.
my sexuality?
I think just spreading us out one by one or couples, I think is fine. Now, we are going to all be wearing the same outfit, so it's not necessarily going to be hard for people to know we're together.
Mara, can you tell us which places are on the map, like the market, the city main district?
Where it all is? Is that what we're trying to figure out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'm totally going to the Salty Siren. What a great name. Love a good alliteration.
Yeah, Mara can point out. She knows where the Coliseum and the Salty Siren are. She knows where those two places are. The rest of the stuff on like in the descriptor that you're seeing is purely for your benefit only. Mara herself doesn't know where those places are. Like beyond just the two I mentioned, the Coliseum and the Salty Siren. I think it's the tavern, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she knows where those two places are. She can mark those on the map, but the other areas she's not sure where like business is conducted and stuff because she tries to lay low usually when she's there.
Knowing my background, would I have been grown up with maps of like different areas of this continent?
You can make a, let's say make a history check to see if you've read up on it, and at least you would have some idea of the important places in Reinhold. And give me a second, I'm in the kitchen making coffee real quick.
What's the water, sir?
Okay.
Muffin top thing.
All right. Okay. So yeah, Fazir, you would know where the districts are. Yeah, I would say you recall enough information to know where the districts are, and the place is sophisticated enough to where there are actually signs throughout Reinhold. You remember that much. Like with that role, you haven't been here in quite some time, but you do remember the last time that you were here or studied about this place. There's supposedly signs throughout the port that direct you to the different districts. So when you get there, you know for sure you'll be able to figure out where you're at.
Cool. I'll just point out like the general area on the map. Is there a place that has like a lot of lodging options? Well, we'll find out when we can get there.
I'm sorry, what my mic cut out there and your voice cut out there for a second. I think my connection dropped. What was it?
I was just asking like if I would know where a lodging district might be, but we'll find out when we get there.
There's a couple of places, but it's separate from the tavern. But there are two choices other than the tavern itself.
Alright, so plan is go in twos and just kind of spread out, but all wear the same outfit, correct?
I think so. Just everybody kind of keep a low profile, go around, sightsee if you want, kind of things. But keep a low profile. I'll meet up somewhere at the end of the day, kind of thing. Same place. That makes sense for everybody?
I mean, that's good. I think I'm gonna tell Blackberry to stay on the ship. He's not very discreet.
Are we gonna be coming back to the ship, or are we gonna be heading out from here, parting ways with the
That's a good
pirates?
question.
Because I would hate to leave him on the ship if they take off with him.
He's
That
a
would be
good boy. We
unfortunate.
can't leave him behind.
Right.
Sort of nuzzles up. He's like, sort of making noises as you discuss leaving him behind.
I give him a pat on the head and say, "It's only because you're just so everyone loves you, and they're gonna be so attracted and want to give you pets that I'm worried that it might be a lot for you."
Land's gonna speak up and say, is he, and Land's legitimately trying to say this without being an asshole, is he smart enough to maybe go around the town if you tell him to?
I mean, he's a pretty
So,
good boy.
if we enter the town from the north and we're going to exit through the south on our way to Taven's ultimate destination, is Blackberry smart enough to circle around and kind of meet us on the outskirts south of town?
Unless the DM says otherwise, I say yes.
Let me check. I think he has. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. But he actually has stats. Let's check his stats. So your creature is actually a gosh, what is it? It's a bear, right? But it's it has an actual. I think it has a stat sheet, right? Like if you look
Yeah,
on your
he's
sheet,
beast of the land.
beast of the land, right? Yeah.
I
Okay.
got him up, and it doesn't necessarily say he can't.
Beast of the land. Blackberry beast of the land. All right, there he is. I'll move him up into the party folder. Be easier to find. Well, he has an intelligence of 8, so yes, that's quite smart. For a bear, yes, that's pretty smart. It's smart enough to he can understand directions, and now he's not going to understand like when it's time to eat unless you establish a pattern for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a pet, but um, he's not going to be able to talk to people. But he can. If you tell him to go somewhere, he'll do it. Climb up something, he'll do it. You know, so on and so on. Just to give you an idea of how smart he is.
Yeah.
And he understands you when you talk, but that's it. Unless he forms a bond with someone else, and so on.
Gotcha.
Now you can make instruction manuals in your free time, and teach somebody how to talk to your pet. So that's like a downtime activity you can sort of put in your back pocket if you want, because there are periods of downtime in the story that you might get, like 1 or 2 years between of peace before the next event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you an idea for the future, just to plan ahead. So short answer, yes. I would say if you told him to go to certain places in the city, he would be able to. I mean, he can read. As long as it's in common, he can read like signs and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, he's fairly smart.
So, Lan, I think I agree. I think we'll have him skirt the east side of the map and head his way down there. By the way, did the seal get me any information?
He is not back yet.
I forgot until just now. Mr. Hagenwagendak, I can go with me, you, Sut, and if we're going around town and things and buying stuff, I can carry everything because people aren't going to pay attention to me if it looks like, we're just assistants carrying shit for him while he does his shopping around the town kind of thing. They're not going to notice.
Okay. The seal actually does return in a few hours and gives you some information. The seal relays to you that, like on the port itself, within the city, just to the, let's see, yeah, to the north up here. Like if you were to go up here, yeah. The port up there seems pretty quiet as far as there doesn't seem to be any wanted posters or anything like that with your name on it. The port doesn't seem to be armed up and anticipating the arrival of someone. There doesn't seem to be any conspicuous activity in relation to the identities of your party members to that port. Here, that was the first port that the seal went to, and then he came back. So in other words, there's one port. The very first port that you enter is actually fairly modest as far as like traffic goes, and there doesn't seem to be any buzz about involving the party's names.
Wait, so we're going off in our pairs? Me and Sienna go first? No objections. Sweet. Yay.
Okay, so Sienna and Aspen, are you guys going off the ship first? Is that the plan?
I guess so.
Okay.
Did
Hey,
we
so
ever
it's-
pick a spot to meet up with everybody? I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You still have some time. I'll mark some stuff on the map that you'll be able to know, like district-wise.
Since we had a map, do we want to pick one like at the edge of the town, kind of like in the back, so if we need a quick runaway, we can just go straight out?
Sounds like a good plan to me. Finding a tavern or inn on the kind of the edge.
In case
The
of
salty,
emergency, we just dip.
yeah, the salty siren would be down here. Right about here, actually.
So yeah, that is our official end of day rendezvous.
Think so.
Sounds a good a plan as any.
Okay, I mean, you still have plenty of time before you pull in. I mean, you're pretty far away from Reinhold still, so you guys still have, maybe, I would say, a full day before you actually end up approaching. And then you'll be approaching slowly, so just because you don't want to, that's just kind of the rules of the water. As the rest of the crew get the ship ready, they sort of dress it down to make it appear as a Tidewater merchant ship, which is a well-known merchant guild.
So do we want to decide who gets dropped off next? So yeah, for when we eventually do get there of Aspen, Sienna, then who wants to get dropped off next? Or do we just, as we usually do, make it up as we go along?
Well, I think the gentlemen are next, right? Or one of the groups of guys are next after you guys, right?
Pretty sure that's what the plan was. Like one set of the girls, both sets of guys, and the last set of us.
Y'all tell me when I'm going, and then I'll go.
I'm gonna look up at Lan and ask if he's seen anything or any signs of my seal.
I guess, can I make a perception check to see if I see the seal coming back?
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, you did spot it. You did spot it making its return to the ship. Yes, and you were able to identify it.
All right, I will tell. I'll call down to Soot. Yeah, he's coming back. Right over there.
Don't sound so excited.
That is me excited.
I'm gonna look to the captain and ask if there's any other things we should be doing on the ship to prep for docking.
They hand out these ponchos for you guys to wear. That you can do whatever you want to with once you depart. That should give you that should shield anybody from immediately thinking that you're anything else but a merchant. The port isn't that militarized, so you should be able to pass just glossing over the surface of anybody there. Assuming the town's not in like high alert, which the seal came back and confirmed that it's at least in the ports to the north there doesn't seem to be any sort of alert status, so to speak. So the ponchos you can do with whatever you want to as you depart. Otherwise, the crew will say that if you need like you're probably going to need documents forged to hand to the portmaster or to hand to someone. If you plan on getting on someone else's ship, like an official ship, you're going to need like official documents to do that. So they'll tell you that. But you won't need any to get just past the harbor master here on the port, the fishing port. You just have to pay a gold to him, and then you're there as long as the ship is there. And from there, you can just go wherever you want in Forlonde. But if you decide to get on another ship, then the right documentation would be a good thing. The crew will tell you. And they'll show you examples too, Soot. Because they have forged documents for each of them themselves, like fake IDs pretty much.
Gotcha.
So they'll show you what they look like, and you get a really good idea of what they're supposed to look like and stuff. So if you want to acquire some when you're there or anywhere, you at least know what they look like, and they tell you what kind of parchment to go get and stuff too to make it look like it's a little weathered, right? You don't want the document to look too sharp. And don't use any of the wizard paper, what the wizards use for their spellbooks and stuff. Don't use anything like that. So yeah, they'll give you helpful tips on how to forge documents when you get there, or what they need to look like at least. Which Mr. Hagen Vakendok is very interested in, you'll know, because everywhere he goes, he considers a potential place to make money, so having a new idea is probably a good idea to him.
How close along the shoreline are we as we're sailing?
I mean, I would say that. Let's go back to the world map for a bit, I guess. I would say that. I mean, realistically, I would say that you're here, where the token is, like right there. So that's like a still maybe like a day away, or maybe an 8-hour transit away before you actually pull into the fishing hub, the harbor, so to speak.
Okay. Lan is going to say that his plan is he's basically gonna jump overboard and swim to shore when they're still out of sight of the town, and he'll basically walk into the city on foot. I don't think Ezekiel is gonna float very well in all that plate armor.
I agree. I'm fairly certain I would sink like a rock, so swimming is not preferable if it can be avoided.
And are you just gonna be wandering around on your own in the town, or are you gonna buddy up with somebody else?
Well, I have no problem with buddying up with someone else, but if we agree on a place to meet by the end of the day, I don't see why we all can't just meet there no matter how we enter into the town, whether it be as a large group by ourselves in the buddy system. I don't think it necessarily matters.
Lan will look at Mara and say, is there, my apologies if you've already stated this, but is there a tavern or a bar that you and your crew favor in this town while you're here?
Let's see. I believe it's well, there's only. I think the Salty Siren is really the only one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
the Salty Siren would be the only one that they hang out at. It's fairly. I mean, they've never been spotted and identified as pirates, but while they've been there, they'll share with you.
gotcha.
Not that means you can just kind of relax, but just to give you an idea of like the threat to being spotted may not be as high as you're anticipating.
Gotcha. Then yeah, Lan will say, the day that we're pulling into the harbor, I would just say by nightfall we all meet at the Salty Siren.
The speed difference between on foot versus ship.
Oh, you get there much faster on the ship. Like jumping off before the ship actually gets to port. It may be a little more difficult to get in on foot from there. It would take longer to get there on foot versus just staying on the ship and mooring to the port that way.
Then I will stay on the ship and disembark with everyone else.
Okay. Alright, so the ship begins to pull into Breinhold, I guess. And the plan is sort of everybody meet up at the salty siren.
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay. All right. Mm,
I'm the BB docking.
um, I would. It would be around 6 p.m. So still like roughly an hour left before the sun sort of sets. All right, so you guys begin to make your way inwards. To Brinehold as the ship begins to make its way down the channel of Brinehold into the harbor. And once you moor to the harbor, um, the ship itself lowers its ladder, and you guys are able to disembark whenever you are ready. Some of the other crew are still getting some stuff together that they need to go pack up some stores that they are planning to buy. Yeah, so the ship is moored to the northern port up here. Let me go ahead and let me get that party token and put it there. But yeah, what do you want to do? The measurements aren't accurate as far as distance goes. Just FYI.
Good to know. I was just going to try to figure out how long it would take us to actually get to the salty siren.
Well, if you go here and it's a little too zoomed out. I wish the map was a little bit more zoomed in. I'm not gonna. It's really zoomed out. So I would say from here, go around, okay, across the bridge, to the fields, and down here. I mean, you can tell I mean, you can have the ship pull in down here, too. By the way, but that'll probably take another 2 hours. Because you have to navigate very slowly through the channel. There's other ships and stuff. On foot to get there, it'll be a 3-hour walk.
I would say if
Yeah.
Mara's up for it, then have her dock down in the south here.
She'll mention that in the harbor that they have these these there's these sea creatures that you can rent that will like taxi you to places in the city. They're like sort of like four-legged seahorses. I can't really describe it. If I get an image of them, I'll show you. But they're these creatures you can ride, and they swim across the water, and they will ferry you between waterways if you're traveling between the harbor and the Coliseum, for example.
Are you talking like a hippocampus or whatever?
Something like that, yeah. Picture like the most Final Fantasy-esque creature you can think of that you could ride across the water, chocobo style. That was my image for this city anyway, because you can see where you have to travel in between the waters, and it'd be cool if they offer their citizens those you can rent those creatures for a smaller fee, and they'll get you across there double the speed it would take for you to run actually. So
I can see that.
you can look for your own images for these creatures if you want to too. I think that'll give you guys some control over it. Because I don't know, I don't have a good way to describe what they look like. So if you guys think of something that you want these creatures to look like, let me know. But a picture of me like a large creature, something maybe two people can ride at a time.
Mhm.
So that's an option. If you enter the harbor, you can rent those creatures. For let's see, how much are these creature transits? Uh, let's see. Oh, eight silver pieces actually. That's pretty good.
Oh, fun.
So yeah, it's pretty affordable, like quick travel, quote unquote, transit.
Okay. So
All right. Yeah.
and Aspen will give Mara the how many is it 8 gold for the ponchos?
Okay.
He said it was like, yep, 1 gold. Aspen will just give her all that just to keep it simple transaction.
Well, the 1 gold was for your to gain access to the harbor.
I thought it was for the ponchos with their stuff on it, so we could get through. Never mind then, but either way,
No,
Aspen
you
will just give it.
she's giving you the ponchos. The 1 gold is to give to the harbor master for your access fee into Brianhold.
Okay.
Yeah, and so on and so forth, quote unquote, whatever else those fees go to, quote unquote, maintenance and so others. But all you have to do is pay them 1 gold, and if you're wearing that poncho and following the rest of them onto the port, if you're staying like close together, or you just identify and as this, you stay in groups, then yeah, you'll be fine. So your plan should work just fine. But the 1 gold is for that, not for the ponchos. You get the ponchos for free.
Nice.
Yeah.
How many of the crew are going to the Salty Siren tonight?
Isn't the plan for everyone to be there?
Crew wise.
Well, Mara says that she can, she would like to. Yeah, she's not in. They're not in any urgent. They're not urgently trying to get to their next point of interest. So Mara says, "Yeah, sure, I would love that. Let's have some drinks and throw down a little bit."
Drinking game. Woo. There's no evil bitch princess nearby, so we can do a drinking game safely.
Mara looks around. Well, that's true. I certainly won't poison you.
Insight check.
Go ahead. I mean, you've traveled with her enough by now. You perfectly recognize her sarcasm. And you get she's trying to poke fun at the bitch in question without outright saying her name.
Right.
Do you need to offload the ship before everybody heads out?
The crew will handle that.
The crew wants to come with us. The larger group, easy for us to blend. think. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just a guy.
She shrugs. That's up to them. They won't be working the entire time they're here. It won't take that long. The rest of the crew sort of, I mean, they look around, you sort of get the idea of the crew. They wouldn't mind having a few drinks. So you get that vibe from them as they sort of begin offloading the ship and stuff.
Could we delay for a couple minutes and me and whoever else wants to chip in just to help offload?
I can help offload whatever.
Okay, if you help them, then yeah, that'll cut the time of offloading down. So yeah, sure, that would help. So you managed to make the hour offload into a 30-minute offload. So good job.
The salty siren?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're heading out, right?
What's the time of day at this point?
I would say, let's see, 5:30 p.m. I would say would be fair as far as offloading and being officially everyone free enough to hit the port.
Okay.
It'd be
Man.
roughly almost 9 o'clock by the time you get to the salty siren.
Milan will say, I might be late. I need to do a little, I need to take care of some things. So I will meet you guys at the Salty Siren later in the evening. And then Lan will kind of disembark the ship and disappear into the crowds.
Okay.
Does anybody else need a scamper?
Don't think so. I'm gonna go ahead and send Blackberry on his way to the outside southeast around, because we're on the bottom half of this map, right? We're not at the top half.
You'll be the salty siren is down there. Yeah, where you're entering would be the top half, unless you want to sail down to sail the ship down there.
Are we still not docked yet then?
You are, yeah. I would say it would be up north unless the party decided you wanted to go dock down there.
What do you guys want to do? I mean, Lan already left.
I'm down to just get to the salty siren and have a couple drinks and some good food and relax a bit.
I could go for some fish and chips. A place like that has to have fish and chips, right?
I hope so.
I say we get to where we're going rather quickly. The less time we spend in the crowd, the better our chances of someone not being able to recognize us. So I say we get there quickly.
All right, so we're all gonna get off here then at this dock and just make our way, northwest around.
Yeah, you said there's 24 crew?
I'm sorry, what?
You said that she had a crew of 24?
No, it's 10.
No, 10.
Yeah.
Where the hell did I get 10 or 24 from?
Oh no, that's a big number.
I can count to 30.
Ugh, More than me. All right, so who went out first? Sienna and Aspen, right? Also, what did my seal have to say?
The seal came back and told you that there's not much buzz in the port regarding the identity of your party and so forth. So as far as your names, the seal didn't report anything being gossiped on.
Okay. I'm gonna run back on the ship, grab that fish that Fazir caught, and hand it to the little seal boy as a thank you.
Okay. Seal nods and smiles and graciously takes the offering.
Do we want to do
Well,
break
that went
time?
now together.
Break time? Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and take our break. That way we can get that out of the way, and then we'll resume. All right. Are we all back?
I'm
Yep.
good.
All right. If we're all back, let's continue.
Well, were we gonna start with Land's solo thing or the group?
If we want to RP Land's thing first, we can do that. I'm good either way.
I say go ahead. The only other question I have is, now that we've docked, are we gonna get closer version of a map here?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Man.
Do have a tavern for you though, I think. Give me a second. If you guys are meeting up there still. Okay. Yeah, I got a tavern if you guys want to hang out on the tavern map and RP there. I got some NPCs in there and stuff. If you that's what you want to do, is that your jam? We can do that.
I think so.
I think that'll help a lot. So here's the map. Pull your tokens over here somewhere. Okay, so you guys find yourself in the Salty Siren. Now, one thing you do realize on your way through the port is that it is not quite as large as far as like the buildings go. Like the buildings don't tower. There's no towering buildings beyond the lighthouse that you saw when you were sailing in, which the lighthouse itself was immense. I failed to illustrate that because I'm being kind of lazy tonight, and I apologize. But there's an immense lighthouse that you would have saw sailing inwards, passing it and hitting the harbor, and then on foot making your way to the Salty Siren, which is deeper into the city. It gets much more busy, and you, after paying the gold piece to get through the harbor master, you find it. You're not drawing. Nobody's particularly like drawn to your presence. So, it seems to be like, at least to the public eye, it looks like word hasn't reached ear yet. So, and you've passed a few of the notice boards on your way through the port, and there doesn't seem to be any wanted posters with your faces on them. So, you notice all of that before you get to the Salty Siren and make your way into the lovely establishment. What do you wish to do?
I am going to make my way over to the table here and pull up a seat.
All right, so you just walk over to the table and pull up a seat.
Yep.
And it smells pretty good, the food in here. Let's see. And the drinks are about. As you walk in, it's not quite as busy as you thought, but it is a little late. The tavern isn't open all night long, so. However, it will be open for a few more hours. It's open until about midnight. I would say it's around 8:30 or 9 by the time you enter the Salty Siren.
All right, guys. First round of drinks are on me. Pull up a seat.
Yay! Thank you.
While we walked here, was there any signage for hotels? Sorry, inns.
Let's see. There are, but I'm gonna say for the sake of it being easier, I'm gonna merge one of the inns with the Salty Siren, which I'm sure you wouldn't mind, and adjust the cost. There we go. So the rooms will be at the Salty Siren, just to make it easier on you guys on the map, since I don't have a closer in version of the map. Sound good? So I've put an upstairs layer to the Salty Siren, which would be the inn, and I'm gonna fill it out with staff very shortly. So there you go. And the prices for the rooms are coming up as well. Just bear with me. So, Soot, this gentleman will come over to the table and ask you, well, welcome to the Salty Siren, and what can I get for you?
I'll nod and say thank you, and I will have one of your finest mead.
Ah, okay. Well, my name's Felton, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And as far as mead goes, would you like, I mean, we have this Reinhold spiced rum that we make. It's got a warm, spicy kick to it. It comes in a tankard. We have Elvish summer wine, and we have a dwarven stout.
I'll take a good dwarven spout. It's stout. It's been a while since I've had one of those.
Okay. 1 silver piece. It's so he goes and gets it for you in a tankard, and it's this dark, rich, and really strong Stout beer.
Thank you. It looks delicious. Anyone else? Gonna get anything?
I'll have one.
Ezekiel will wave his hand and say, "No drinks for me, but I appreciate it."
If they come in like half sizes, I'll have like half of a drink. Like
Or cup,
half
you're
pint.
welcome to have a couple sips of mine if that's easier.
Sure, that works.
All right.
Comes in pints.
I'll ask the bartender gentleman guy whose name I don't remember. Can we get a tiny, like 2 thimbles, please?
Shot, 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 shot.
Tiny, tiny shots.
And someone also ask for the stout drink. Can't remember the full description, but that one.
All right. Hang on. I'm getting the menu together. I'm gonna show you the menu here in a second. I think that'd be easier. Just to show you guys the menu.
You spoiled us with the festival.
Well, I mean, those festival prices are actually pretty high. Let's see.
No, I mean just the menus. Just be able to look at it and okay, that's what I want. Super helpful.
Actually, this is all wrong. Let me delete this. Yeah, but 1 silver piece for that stout. Sorry. Just make sure I remember I got that in there for you. Okay, 1 silver piece. And then the meals. There you go. Oh, why is it dark in the tavern? I'm gonna turn the light on. Hang on. The light's supposed to be on.
I figured someone hadn't paid the electricity bill.
Yeah. There we go. All right, so he leaves a menu for you on the table soot. And then Fazir, you walk up to the bar. What would you like to order from the red-headed dwarven lady that is looking at you? She says, welcome to the Salty Siren. Anything you see what you like?
So far, so good. I am inquiring as to if you have any vacancies.
Vacancies.
In the
Rooms for rent.
Let's see. She looks through her book. She opens up this book and begins to look through it because there's been it's like a little logbook pretty much. And she's sort of flipping through the lodging book. Okay. Well, we have a few rooms and a few services available. Really depends on what sort of room you're looking for. Um, and it depends on how many nights you're staying.
Well, now for now it's just the one night. But nice and clean would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I updated the menu, so the room should be on there. Because I knew there were quite a few, and I was like, okay. Well, it depends on what you want, really. But the whole upstairs floor would be the inn. So she points to what she has available. She says, we have 5 standard rooms, 2 comfortable rooms, 3 deluxe rooms, and 1 captain suite.
I'll go ahead and take all of them, and laundry service and a hot bath for 8.
Okay. Go ahead and add that up, and then just subtract it from your total. And she notices, she mentions, well, if you want to, what you can do, and she looks around, and if you're along with the Tidewater Merchants Guild, then I could just put you all under a guild name, and you would pay a lot less. Does that sound at least better, so that all of you don't have to sign in individually?
Sure.
Right.
Seems efficient.
So you'll save 2 silver pieces doing that from the overall price.
You know what?
And-
I don't feel like doing math. Here's 30.
It depends on how many nights you want to stay, and that's really just all the math you would need to know based on what's on the menu.
Well, I know it's going to be well over at least 25. So 30 for the tip, or the 5 gold for the tip. Because I'm also we're ordering the captain's piece for all 20 of us. Of us and Mara and her crew. So I guess it'll be 19.
Okay.
So I'll put another 10 gold. That more than covers it.
Alrighty. Alright, so you rent out the many of the amenities that are upstairs. Very well. Okay, and the staff will go up there and begin preparing the rooms for you. And making sure they're prepared. They should be already, but they're just going to go once over the rooms and make sure they're prepared for you.
Is there
And
staff
we'll be
bustling down here.
What's that?
Is there staff bustling down in the tavern too? Like in the kitchen and such?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's people, I would say there's roughly, just crowd-wise, 20 people just mingling about in the crowd, and you eyeball at least 3 or 4 staff members down here just running the kitchen and stuff.
Can you also give the kitchen staff 3 gold each? And I'll hand over 9 gold. Just for the trouble. This is a lot for one night in short. like
Sure.
short term.
Raises an eyebrow. Well, sure. We thank you for generosity. She smiles and will sort of set the gold aside and issue it appropriately.
Sorry for this last minute large group. Should make good money though tonight.
Well, this is well over what we usually make. Yes, sure. If that's how you want to pay for it, I won't stop you. She accepts the money, and um, like I said, your rooms are being prepped, and then of course you're being offered menus for the tables and so forth.
While
And
we're
look, all right.
talking
Oh,
about
sorry.
menus, can I get? Mm, can I get the fish chowder, please?
The dwarven lady comes over and looks over, and let's see, the fish chowder. She's yes, very delicious soup. Yes, we could get one of those for you. And she sort of asks you if you want it just like in a regular size bowl or something different.
Regular size bowl works for me.
Okay. All right, 5 copper pieces, and she will go do that for you.
And I will hand that over and await my meal. I'm very excited to eat some good food.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Do you have like a plate that you can just put freshly decomposed garbage, like waste that doesn't get eaten in here?
She raises an eyebrow. No, we throw all of that out. It gets dealt with on the daily, so we don't even keep it in the premises.
Nothing from like dinner this evening, or
She kind of looks around. I mean, maybe within the last 10 minutes I can look.
well, you see over there at the table, and I'll point to Aspen. That's what her people consume for sustenance.
Oh, you. She sort of looks over and sees Aspen, and she nods. Don't worry, we can feed a mushroom folk. And she points out an area on the menu where there are a variety of mushroom folk friendly foods, various mushroom heads, and actually different mold from different areas of Forlonde.
How much for that?
Let's see. Would be for the mushrooms, 3 copper pieces, and for like the mold, it really depends, but it's not a whole lot. I think let's see, one of the molds are 4 copper, 2 of them are 3, so it's. But I mean, there's a bit of it. Yeah, there's enough of it to feed one person, at least.
Another gold piece, and like, thanks. Sorry for keep interrupting your evening. And walk over and sit down.
All right. So Aspen will be provided with the food shortly after as well.
Ezekiel, are you gonna order anything?
Order something once I got to a room. That's how I usually handle my meals. I don't really eat in public. You can ask our friends sitting around the table.
Could
Oh,
you
yeah.
just like open your mouth really big and shove it from underneath your helmet?
What if we got you clam chowder in a really long straw?
I mean, there is a slit in my helmet for a reason. I bet I could make that work.
Seeing out of is probably the main reason.
That too.
By the way, I got everybody dinner as well. So if you don't
Thanks,
feel like
Peter.
ordering, it should be out shortly. Oh, and about all the rooms out that they don't have rented. And then I'll tell specifically the women, like this is what we have. You delegate. Everybody's getting a hot bath and laundry service as well.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I can clean myself like this, do prestidigitation on myself. I'm good, but it's just a luxury. We don't get these very often.
I mean, you can't go wrong with a nice, clean room, for sure. All right, so Ezekiel, you're in for the clam chowder. We'll get you a straw. Sienna, are you eating anything?
Sorry, was someone talking to me?
Yeah, are you gonna grab anything to eat?
Sure. I guess I would probably get the lamb stew because that sounds good. Even though I think I've had lamb and I don't actually. But
I hope I didn't know that lamb.
I need to see if this place has doggy bags.
Do you think they call them doggy bags at the Salty Siren?
Yeah, salty sea dogs.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take salty sea dogs. Also,
Yeah.
is anyone Lan? Has anyone seen him? I know he went off somewhere. What happened to him?
Pretty sure he just ninja vanished, so who knows where he could be.
Is that what that smoke was?
You know how he is, smoke bombs and running with his arms behind his back, looking all NJE.
It's
You've seen it before, you know how it is.
It's quite the vision, really. Does he know that we can still see him after the smoke clears, though? Like, he
I
doesn't know
don't
that,
think
right?
he does.
Ooh.
I think he thinks he's invisible.
Eesh. Well, Cuppa, you want to tell him, or do we just let him live in bliss?
I was gonna let him live in bliss. I don't want to break his little heart.
That's fair.
He thinks he's doing so good, being so sneaky. I hate to break it to him.
I'll have to leave early, Sienna. That's fine.
Aspen, are you grabbing anything?
Fazir talked to the waitress about my usual diet, so I guess that they could help with that.
Okay. Alright. Soot's gonna lean over to Cuppa and gesture to the gal with the hood on across the way. Now, I've been in a lot of taverns. That's where I've learned most of my skills. I will say on a side note, I am very upset that there is no chimney here, but I digress.
No chimney.
Usually, characters in corners like that either have great stories or are not great people. It's usually one or the other. What are your thoughts?
He looked kind of scary. So I'm guessing scary stories is what she had.
Yeah, but are we talking scary like Ezekiel thinks he's scary, or like he's actually scary?
Probably actually scary.
I'm gonna nod and gesture to Fazir to see if he can listen into anything from behind him.
Do I overhear anything from the cowled lady? Or cloaked, I should say.
The cowled elf perception check.
Can I add my inspiration to that?
Yeah. Okay, 14.
Yep.
Okay. So now, let's see.
Before you start, everything that you are about to say, if we hear anything, I'm going to be directly messaging to Sit, just for later.
Okay, so you're gonna relay what you hear. Gotcha. Okay, so you hear a few things. Um, let's see. So you overhear, the bounty's high enough to bring out every cutthroat in the bay. They'll be watching the Colosseum closely. If your friends plan to interfere, they'd best be ready for blood. And you sort of catch that from her, and then you hear from the dwarven gentleman next to her. Here and there, you hear, um, Greywater's men grow bolder by the day. If they find out who carried the shipment, we'll all be compromised. And then finally, you hear the shard coming from her. The shard. It's already in the Colosseum vault as planned, but getting past the arena master will take more than coin. He's loyal to their damn king. So you do catch that much as you sit there.
And then right at the tail end, I'll be like, I'll message her or continue messaging her saying we'll talk about this before we, like when we go up to the rooms.
I nod and understand. Yeah, where is the captain?
Around this time, it takes roughly 15 or 20 minutes after you guys have settled in and sort of eavesdropped on this, and she barges through the door. Smiles at all of you. Well, time to drink, I suppose. I'm very hungry as well. She sort of strolls her way around here and sits down next to Sienna, right here on the bench. She takes off her hat and puts it on the table there next to Sienna and sort of winks at you and smiles and calls over for the um, waitress or waiter to come over. She orders a drink and some food, and then that's sort of what Captain Mara does as she enters the establishment. Of course, she looks a little different. She's actually wearing a little bit of makeup, which is surprising. But she's sort of in her, disguise.
I'll let her know before she, or as she sits down. I already ordered dinner. You were included, so don't worry about the food.
She looks over. Well, quite the gentleman. I guess this is a sweetener for not charging you a transit fee for being my cargo. She sort of says that under her breath and smiles. No, really, thank you. And she begins to drink a bit, and when her food arrives, she eats happily. So the captain is here. What do you guys wish to do?
Not trying to be rude, we'll drink along, trying to match pace with the captain and see.
if I can get a read on the captain right now. Makeup is a weird choice.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks like she put it on rather well. It's just while you were sailing with her, she didn't bother putting any on. So you haven't known her that long, but while you've traveled with her, you quickly put it together like, oh wait, she's wearing the poncho and she's pretending to be a merchant at the moment, but very other than what she's wearing, like the way she sits and stuff is very much her. Like she's very not classy whatsoever. It's just kind of put it lightly.
Commoner.
But she is eating, hanging out. The vibes seem pretty comfortable in the inn.
Can we jump to Lamb?
Lan. Okay, so yes, Lan is not with the group. So we will jump to what he is doing. We'll cut to him. Lan, you do find. We'll start out with the shop. You do find a weapons store, which is also linked to a magic shop, and they work together to create items and sell their inventory. So you are able to find a location if you're looking for shopping, and you do find a longbow for 50 gold pieces.
Okay. Do they have any magic longbows?
Yes, they have a +1 longbow for 1,250 gold pieces.
When the shopkeeper tells him the price, he's gonna like blink really slow, and then just out of the blue, he's gonna say, "Man, I need to go kill another ancient dragon." And then he's gonna kind of shake his head like, "Where the hell did that come from?" Anyways, then he'll just point to the non-magic longbow and, yeah, I'll take that, please. And he's going to offer his short bow. He's gonna try and sell to offset a little bit of the cost of the longbow.
Okay. You can sell your short bow for 18 gold pieces.
Okay, so then that would be
no, actually no. I'm sorry. 20 gold pieces. Sorry.
20. So
Yep.
then it would be 30 for the longbow. Okay, cool. So,
Correct.
Land will make that exchange, and then no. Okay, and then after he's done in the weapon shop, he will go do the second part of the message I sent you.
Yep. Flying through my notes. Hang on.
No worries.
All right. You are able to. So you're traveling through. You're sort of traveling through, and you find there is spirit energy tethered to a few of the markers that you've traced before, and it leads you to this sort of doorway, which is sort of just overhanging a tent and has this sort of bead-like curtain. Do you wish to enter?
Yes.
Okay. You enter, and what you see is it sort of opens up into this much larger, um, sort of like a pocket domain, disguised as a sort of a tent in a doorway. But you walk in, you're in this domain of which you see training grounds for what you see familiar for Shades in the Veiled Mandate. This is how they train. This is very much like a Batman sort of League of Shadows training room you appear to be in now. And then you see a figure standing on top of these these cylindrical totem bars that you do remember fondly of having to balance on and so forth in your training. And you see an individual standing up there, and he's sort of looking down at you, and he removes his hood. Well, that must mean you're also a shade. And he jumps down and lands softly on his feet in front of you. I'm Kieran. I'm the shade operative assigned to this port city.
Aaron Thorn.
No relation to the House
The
of Thorn.
Okay, cool. That's what I was going through the characters real quick.
Just going to get that out of the way real quick.
Okay.
No relation. He just goes by Kieran. Because many people in the Mandate, well, it's interesting. What you know of Kieran is he was a member of the House of Thorn, but once you are wrapped in shadows, um, that's you can never go back to that life again. So he was a member, a bastard son of the kings, actually.
Okay. Lan will nod his head and reach out to shake Kieran's hand and say, "A pleasure. I am Lan. I'm also Lan's a shade, right? Yeah. I'm also a shade. Newly promoted to shade, if I'm being honest, but a shade nonetheless."
Well, I can sense that you're freshly wrapped. So welcome. Um, what can I help you with?
Well, it's been a while since I've checked in with anyone from the Mandate, so I wanted to do that, and I wanted to see if any orders for me from the council or the leaders below the council have trickled down. And then I also... Are you aware of what's going on in Evanthorn?
Well, you have to be a little bit more specific. What do you mean what's going on? It's a very big place. There's a lot going on.
Touché. Well, some friends of mine and I were recently had the honor, and when he says honor, he's going to do very, very big finger quotes and be very sarcastic when he says it. We had the honor of being guests of Princess Leora, and as we were traveling with her, I must say, she definitely pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, myself included. And Lan will kind of look down for a second in shame as he says that. She essentially sold us, I don't know how the hell you want to say it, to Lord Greywater, and she spoke of essentially removing her father from the throne, and I wonder how far the work of the bitch princess, I wonder how far that spreads. And then Lan will kind of wait and see if Kieran responds.
He's taking all this in. He sort of strokes his chin and is looking at you. Well, I'm not surprised to hear that a member of that family would screw you over. It seems like you're, very misinformed. Well, I'm glad you came here alive, given all you've been through. Maybe I can catch you up to speed on what's going on. This should, enhance your odds of survival, I bet. Follow me. And he, leads you upstairs to his little, there's a planning room that shades typically have, where they compile information and so forth.
Okay, Lan will follow Kieran up to the planning room.
Okay. Right. All right, so he leads you up to the room. Okay. All right. So he leads you up to the room, and he will sort of explain to you, um, what he's been able to find out. So he looks over. I may be the only one in the city who actually knows what may have happened to you and your group. The information sort of passes between the weave very fast, especially when you're of these ranks. So make no mistake, those in the shadows know exactly what's going on between Greywater and your little group. Just assume that any of those not up to speed, just assume that anyone that may be operating from the shadows knows what's going on. There's a pull for power in the House of Thorn right now. Seems like King Alaric's ungrateful son, and, well, turns out to be even more ungrateful daughter, are all fighting and bickering over who gets the crown next because of, well, what I believe to be is access to the king's armament. We've been working with a few spirit detectives to closely network, and we've been monitoring the influence of Malachar, perhaps on the family of Thorn, and we haven't found anything definitive so far that would tie any deities from the spirit world to Evan Thorn itself. So we're not yet certain if the children are indeed under some sort of influence or part of some plan to overthrow the king himself. We don't even know how much of this the king knows or is involved with, Kieran says. So we know that there's a battle going on, and it seems like Princess Thorn has made her bed with Lord Greywater, and they are planning something in order to levy control over the crown. So that's what we know.
Was either
Unfortunately,
the
unfortunately, you and your group are just part of her web of lies and propaganda.
Hmm. Has either side reached out to the mandate to hire us?
He looks around. Well, if they have, they haven't come to me. You must remember I'm just a shade. I only have access to the information kind of on the base level. I would assume if the higher ups in the mandate knew something was going on like this in Evanthorn, if they know half as much as I do, then I would assume that they've deployed something, or perhaps they probably know more than we do. If they haven't approached us to take action, then we could probably take that as a sign that things haven't reached quite the critical yet.
Fair enough. Well, and Lan will stand up. I must rejoin my friends who are staying at the Salty Siren, I believe it's called. I just wanted to stop in, like I said, check in and make sure that see if what was the news, what was the current standing orders within the mandate, because you are correct. I'm very my rapping was, I want to say, not even a week ago, and I was never the opportunity for me to be assigned to a city or to given a specific task was never met. It was pretty much I was wrapped and we hit the road. So that is where we will be staying at least this evening, and we intend to leave Brinehold most likely tomorrow. I don't imagine us staying more than a couple days. We gave one of my group members our word to assist him on our quest, and that's what we were doing when we met with Princess Leora, and you know the rest now, so that is where I will be if the masters need to get in touch.
He nods, and Kieran sort of says, "Well, for what it's worth, I believe we could help each other. I would be willing to help you if our interests align and for the good of the mandate. That would be shoehorned in for a way to me share more intel with you. I believe I could convince the release of such information. Give me just a moment." And he sort of places his fingers up to his temple, and his eyes flash this arcane color as he begins communicating with someone else within the veil.
And while he's doing that, Lan would Lan recognize what he's doing?
Yeah, this is typically what shades will do when they need to ask questions and stuff, like
Okay.
to like ask questions to what's known as the weave. It's the weave of information that all of the Veiled Mandate has compiled, and you have a when you become a shade, there is a procedure you can undergo, like a cybernetic enhancement, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an arcane enhancement in this world, but think of it like a cyborg, sort of cybernetics, right?
Okay.
It's something you can have implanted into your body, or you can have it in the form of a tattoo as well, like the arcane ink, in order to do such a thing to access the weave. And it's basically accessing a library of information that the mandate has compiled in secret.
Well,
So yeah, this is what it looks like when they're searching through when you're searching through the library.
okay. Then Lan is going to make a note to ask about the procedure if he's eligible for it and all that stuff, and then he will also he'll just kind of wander around the office, looking around, keeping his hands to himself while Kieran is doing his thing.
Okay, it only takes him 3 minutes. He breaks the spell, and then he sort of looks at you. Okay, well, good news is I can form a bond with you to work in the shared interest of the mandate. That's a good thing. That means I can de facto hire you, quote unquote. If you're interested in helping me take down Lord Greywater, then I think I would be your best option. With my resources, I think we can do it. We can disrupt his corrupt smuggling operation that he has going on in Brighthold. We disrupt that, prove that it's him that's involved with it, and I think we can clear your name, perhaps, even for you and your group. What do you say?
Well, I will say that me personally, I am very interested because, yeah, we got enough pompous assholes running around telling people what to do. I think the world could do with one less.
Miles?
I have to. I feel obligated to discuss it with my friends. The only reason being is, like I previously mentioned, we gave our word to one of our companions that we would assist him, and we've already kind of we've put it off more than once, if you catch my meaning. So I feel I feel it is only right and proper to get their opinion, especially his, in that if he is willing to stay in the city for a while to assist, or if it's something that we need to head south first and then return to Brynhold. But either way, know that I am interested in helping you.
Okay, well, you mentioned keeping your word to your companion. I'm assuming it, this also must be of some importance. If that's important to you, in exchange for you helping me, perhaps I can help your friend. Is there information that they need?
You have said information?
He shrugs. I would need to know I would need to know more about your companion and what he's looking for. You said he was on some. You're here to help him on some sort of quest, correct?
Did his name is Taven, and he is um I don't know if you've established a term for it in the world, but Lan will describe that he is essentially one of the warriors or one of the monks that is able to bend the elements and use them in combat.
A bender.
And yes,
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, my companion's name is Taven, and he is a bender. And his, I guess, for simplicity's sake, we could call it a pilgrimage. But he is currently on his way to, I believe it's the Water Temple in the south, and that's where we originally were going to go when we left the town of Whitmore, and we ran into Princess Leora, and our intention was, after assisting Leora, to make our way to the temple, but obviously that didn't happen, and here we are. But he speaks of his need as very important, and he's given no reason for me to doubt him up to this point, so that is as of right now, that is still our destination.
He nods and sort of looks over. I see. Well, Bender. He sort of looks around. Well, I know that he will probably want to look for Ilyana. Um, he is some sort of waterbender of some kind. I think there's a Temple of the Tides in the Shimmering Waters that she represents in some way. But she is here in Breinhold. Tell your friend to seek out Ilyana.
Ilyana. Well, I thank you for this information. I imagine that it will help my companion very much.
He nods. Okay, well, um, only you have access to this void space, as you know. If you need anything, um, just return here if you need a safe room for any reason. But only you can enter. Remember that.
I understand. And before I go, the spell that you just used to access the hidden library of the mandate, I've heard of the spell, and I understand it's some type of process. Is how would I undergo this process to gain access to this library?
Hmm. Can't believe they didn't teach you how to slimmer. That's weird. Here, I'll show you. Where did you get wrapped at? He says.
I was wrapped outside the village of Whitmore by. Hold on, let me get his name. By a spirit detective by the name Elias.
He nods. Oh, okay. You had a spirit detective channel the deity to wrap with you. Okay. Well, see, that's different from the way this could explain it. Um, if you go on a solo crusade for your wrapping, then you're gifted this ability from the deity that wraps you, or well, the spirit that wraps you, not the deity, the spirit. It's called slimmering. It's basically making our minds connect to the weave of information. And I'm going to need you to hold still as he withdraws this shard that sort of has these it sort of has this steaming shadowy essence tenderly like smoking off of it. It's very small though.
Lan will stand perfectly still.
All right, he pushes it into the side of your head through your temples, and painlessly it absorbs into your mind and swirls around a bit, and it feels a little uncomfortable for about 5 seconds, and then it sort of assimilates very quickly, and you now have the ability to do so.
Lan
Yeah.
will.
Counts as an action to do, by the way.
Okay. Lan will bow his head again to Kieran and say, again, my thanks, and I will go discuss with the group, and I will I'll return here to give you your answer. I would say by tomorrow at the latest.
He nods. Okay then. If I'm not here, then just you know what to do. Just leave leave a hand signal.
And Lan will nod at that, and then he'll exit the office and the void realm, and as he steps out of the building, kind of make sure no one's paying too close attention, and then he'll start making his way over to the Salty Siren.
All right, you're able to exit without drawing much attention because on this side it looks like a door, with like 10 feet between the door and like this curtain, and you go through it without raising any suspicion, and you make your way back to the tavern. Correct?
Yeah, sorry, going to the tavern.
Okay. So we cut back to the tavern. What is the party doing?
We are currently finishing up our meals and getting ready to pack up for the night.
Question.
Okay.
Just for shits and giggles, can I roll to see how successful Ezekiel was at trying to drink his chowder through a straw?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. What would that be? Let's do just roll a I don't really know what you'd roll here.
Performance?
Performance?
Sleight of hand.
Well, I mean, I don't really know what you're. Yeah, I guess
Sleight of hand is
dexterity. I guess dexterity because you're trying to put it through the mask or through the thing, through the slit, right? You're trying to put it through, and yeah, just roll a straight dexterity check then. Yeah,
Oof.
it's very difficult because it sort of it cools down as you attempt to do this, and then it gets harder as it cools down.
Okay, I would say then about halfway through, he'll just take the straw out of his helmet and toss it on the table and just push his bowl away. And he'd be like, fuck this, I'm done eating. And then he'll just lean back on the bench he's sitting in and fold his arms, kind of upset. He's like, I'm not hungry anyways.
I'll laugh and go, maybe clam chowder was a little too chunky to start with. Next time we'll just start you on some good old, like, tomato soup or something. So is Lan caught up with us now, or no? Or he's on his way?
I'd say yeah, it doesn't take him long to get there. I would say he's there now.
Lan, look at you who decided to show up eventually. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Hopefully y'all weren't too worried about me.
I mean, I just figured you got stuck trying to climb a wall, but you know, you did it. I'm proud.
You know, it was close. There were a couple walls that, not gonna lie, I had to take a minute. I had to psych myself up before I climbed over them, but I did it. And I appreciate your faith in me.
Did you steal that bow? And that's why you were hopping walls? Or...
Oh, this one, and Lan will reach up and grab the corner of it real quick. No, I bought this one fair and square. Just a regular longbow. I know how to use them. Figured, give me a little more reach. I traded in my old short bow for it. So, There was a magic one I saw, but that one's just a little bit out of my price range right now.
Then why were you running over walls? I'm so confused.
Well, yeah, aren't we all confused about life? Anyways, and Lan will point over to Haven. Actually, he's just going to nod to everyone, and he's going to come over here to this table where Taven looks like he's sitting, and he will lean in to Taven and say, I was told by some friends of mine that you should seek out someone named Eliana, and that she is currently in the city of Breinhold. So, I wanted to pass that info to you because my friends that I met with also presented a task, and that task is to take down Lord Greywater. But that would mean staying here in Breinhold to accomplish that. And while I personally am interested, because as I told my friends, there's already enough assholes looking down from on high that, you know, the world could afford to lose one more. I know that we have given our word to assist you, Taven, and we've already put that off at least once. So I told them that I would have to discuss it with my companions. But I was given that name and told to give it to you and to give you not instructions, but I guess a strongly worded hint, nudge, nudge, you could say, about seeking her out to help you.
That pause is a no, Taven. That long pause is a no. Not specifically.
Then I will be inquiring around the town first thing in the morning.
Okay, so you're going to ask around where you can find Liana.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, now you know who you're looking for. Alanya, which I believe there might be a Temple of the Tides area on the map, is there not? That would be your best option. Isn't the temple you're trying to go to the Temple of the Tides? I think there's one in Breinhold, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like there was one.
That'll
Only
be
more
worth
than one. Did I see any on the way to the tavern on the street sides?
Let me look at the handout here. Okay. Temple of the Tides, a serene sanctuary dedicated to Eliana, the goddess of beauty and harmony. The person you're looking for is also named Eliana, strangely enough.
You better start eating your food, Lan. It's going to get cold.
Yeah, come on. I mean, Ezekiel even tried, for fuck's sake. Hurry up.
Oh, as soon as Lan was done passing on his information, he definitely grabbed a large mug and 2 bowls of whatever food was closest, and he's definitely chowing down.
So I bought the grilled steak, fish, roasted vegetable with the drink for nothing. For 50% of nothing. just get these packaged up and let them sit for a couple of days, and then Aspen will have rations.
I know that we have a kind of a next location thing. We go bed. Bedtime.
Were we concerned at all about what the elf girl in the cloak and guy were talking about, or do we want to still keep a low profile and not get involved in things?
Figured we go up to the captain's suite and divvy up who's going in what bedrooms and what they were talking about and planning for tomorrow.
You can mention it up there too.
Yeah, Lan's gonna look up from eating and be like, elf in a hood? What?
I'm just gonna give a thumbs up and say, "Yep, that's right. You're doing great."
Lan's
It's
just
the
gonna
cousin to
kind of.
Elf on the Shelf.
Lan's just gonna be like, okay, and just keep eating.
What did you say about Elf on the Shelf?
It's a cousin to Elf on the Shelf. It's Elf in the Hood. The minorities know
Elf
about
on
it.
the Shelf.
Oh, Lan will also say, once we're out of the common room, I also did find out some information about the the recent company of the female that we were in. Yeah, found out a little bit more about what's going on with that person.
All right, I'm gonna stand up and gesture towards the stairs. Shall we?
Do you have any doggy bags, ma'am?
See
I'll raise
doggy.
my hand.
See doggy.
See doggy bags? Sorry.
Lan's just gonna grab the mug and the one bowl he hasn't eaten yet, and he's just gonna take that up to his room or to
Some of us have manners.
whatever room.
Vizier, I think you might be SOL.
Yeah, there's doggy bags, sure.
Wait, I will put all of them in all the meals that weren't eaten in individual bags and ask for Pepper, do you have the bag of holding? Can you hold these? I think four weren't eaten.
All right then. So do you guys make your way upstairs at some point to kind of discuss privately what you learned?
Yes.
Okay. So you get together and sort of unveil what you've learned with each other. Go ahead.
As Lan will kind of go into the room and put his back against one corner and kind of squat down and put the mug down between his feet and keep eating, but he's going to discuss what Kieran told him about the prince and princess plotting to overthrow the king and gain control of the king's vestments, and how He's gonna say, "Y'all remember the name Malachar that came up when we first got together as a group? Anyone remember that name?"
I can for certainly say no, I do not remember that.
Helpful.
I do.
Well,
Not very well, but I do.
yeah. Well, to be fair, it only came up once, I think. So, there's not what you would call strong evidence yet, but my friends have also found the royal armaments. Yeah, there is potentially growing evidence of it's possible that the prince and princess are being influenced by this Malachar into going down this path of treachery and betrayal to gain control of the royal armaments. But at this point in time, there's nothing solid, nothing that we could go to any type of authority with.
I mean, while that all sounds really concerning and not good, don't you think there are people better equipped to handle the issue than us? Because I mean, we don't really have a whole lot of power or um, sway with people to where they would take us seriously if we tried to bring it up.
Well, we may not have any political power or anything like that, but right now, we're still the unknown. We're still the, you know, the dismissed. I think we can, I think if we're smart and we play our cards right, we can use that to our advantage. So, but before we do any of that, I think the first choice we have in the morning is whether we want to stay in Brinehold and assist the other members of my organization with removing Lord Greywater. But like I said, we've already put Taven's quest off at least once, so depending on what he's able to find tomorrow when he speaks to this Eliana, we may not be in Brinehold very long, and if that's the case, so be it.
I mean, if you want my vote, I vote we go do Taven's thing because it sounds safer, or at least less life threatening, than getting involved in politics that I don't really understand. Either way, no matter who's in charge, I bet I could make some money off of the people who are still around, so I'm not too concerned with who's in charge.
Well, if it helps, for Cuppa, I have a feeling that we could stand to make quite a bit of money by getting rid of Lord Greywater, because he's pretty rich. And if he's gone, or if his, I just had this nugget of knowledge drop into my brain. If we disrupt his smuggling operation, That could be some serious cash coming our way.
What does that do to the area, though? If Greywater's gone, is that good?
Well, most likely with Greywater no longer in control of the smuggling, it would
It would leave space for the good illegal activity that Mara does.
Mara among.
Instead of bad illegal activity, there'll be good illegal activity from Mara.
I can promise you that the control of the smuggling would most likely fall or move to the hands of the people that I work for, and I can promise you that them being in control is infinitely better than Lord Greywater, because as you so studiously pointed out, Aspen, people outside the organization like Queen or Captain Mara would be treated much more fairly and actually given opportunities to ply their trade.
I mean, I get your guys' logic. I just mean, if I don't tie my allegiance to anybody that's super specific, then I don't have anybody that's my enemies. We're not friends with anybody, so let the rich, fancy people figure out their own problems, and we'll deal with the answers.
We're usually their problem. Where's Haagen-Dazs?
It's a great question.
I would say that probably. Oh yeah, he would probably be shopping actually. I think. Wait, does he have any money? I don't think he does anyway. I don't think he has any money, so why would he go shopping?
I mean, I'm pretty sure if he asked for Kappa for the money that she was holding, she would have given it to him. But
He's window shopping, that's all.
I mean, he's just looking for some tinker's tools and some stuff to work with as he contemplates what's going on. But I mean, if you want him to be in the tavern, I can bring him over here.
I mean, I'm good with whatever you think would fit or make sense for him to do.
Let him be.
I'd say he'd be out in the port, like looking around. He'd be more interested in that than getting together and planning on whatever you guys are talking about.
I mean, she has a little bit of money. I'm guessing he would probably take a good chunk of what she had because his is gone.
Okay.
So like 100 of the gold that she has, he would probably take. I think.
Okay, so he accepts the boss tax from you and runs off with that money. All right, cool. All right, so he has that money to spend. Very well. Okay. Off he goes. All right, cool.
Russell Land, tell me about this Kieran guy. Is he is he a good looking guy?
Depends on what your definition of good looking is. Soot?
Usually an elf. Particularly a ranger.
Is Soot half elf or full elf?
I'm half.
Half, okay.
So is Karen.
And Lan will bring that up and say, well, I will say that he's a half elf like you and me. So
He works
Guys,
with you?
I think we need to follow what Kieran said. Whatever he said, yes sir, let's do it.
tell you what, if we end up staying in Brinehold and doing work with him, you'll get to lay eyes on him and you'll get to decide for yourself. But that's it's kind of hard for me to say.
Uziri, you were saying something.
I was asking if he was oh, he works with you, man. Similar
He's
personalities.
um he's a bit more reserved than I am.
Gotcha.
He's
So he's emotionally unavailable. Just go in knowing that's sick. He's emotionally unavailable.
but to answer your question,
I
uh
can change him.
Fazir, he does work for the same organization that I work for.
Why were you ashamed to show your work, buddy, to us?
It's nothing. It's got nothing to do with being ashamed. It's he has his assignment and I have mine. And if our paths don't need to cross, then they won't cross. But like I said, if we stay in Brinehold and assist him, we get to meet him.
And I say we give it a go. Yep. It's probably for the best.
So do you prefer your half elves with dark hair?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got darker hair than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. Y'all have a good night.
You don't know where you're sleeping yet, bud.
He's just gonna
Oh.
sleep with the soup between his feet, like he said earlier.
Yeah, Lan. As soon as Lan says
Gross.
that, his head just drops and he falls asleep right
No,
there in the
this
corner,
room is for
squatting.
the women. Specifically, I got the nicest room for the women.
Fair enough. Then
And the deluxe rooms, if they all can't fit in here.
Lan's just gonna go to. He's just gonna open the doors that open until he finds the first basic bitch room, and he's just gonna go in there and pass out.
Take your dirty clothes. Take your dirty pots and pans and all that with you.
Leave your clothes on the floor outside your room because I paid for laundry and there's
Yeah.
also a free bath.
Lan will take his dishes and put them outside his door, and then he'll also put his dirty clothes out, all folded nice and neat. He'll put them outside the door.
Okay.
All right. That leaves. Who's all in here?
I think everybody except for Lan.
I would say I think Captain Voss probably went back to the ship. I imagine, if I'm being completely honest.
That's fair.
Poor Cuppa didn't have any other planning questions, but she has other questions that are occupying her brain if we're done planning.
Far away, yeah.
So she's gonna look and ask. So obviously, not saying it's gonna get to this point, but I've always wondered if a half elf and another half elf get together, are their kids also gonna be a half elf, or some? Would one of them be like a whole elf? Is one gonna be like a whole human? Like, how does that work?
So, when two half elves love each other very much, genetics become involved, and then science and stuff. So, depending on the roulette, you might get a full elf. You might get a quarter elf. It's kind of the luck of the draw.
Interesting. Okay. That clarifies nothing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before that conversation
more about
even
humans.
starts, Ezekiel is just gonna turn and walk out of the room and close the door behind him, and be like, and he's gonna be like, "Good night. I'm not part of this conversation." And he just closes the door and goes to a room and just passes out.
Third room down on the right.
Leave your shit out. All right. I I guess I'm
Alright.
gonna stay in here.
Okay. So you'll stay in that room. Very well.
I think you said there's 3 comfortable rooms.
There is, yeah. And the rest, there's like 5 common rooms, and then the captain's suite.
You know what? I'll take a common room because I can trance if I need to. So, the rest of you,
Because say Fort Cupboard would stay in a nicer room and share with somebody if there's a shortage of space.
If I take a comfortable room.
because you're saying I paid for this.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay. Tina takes, I guess, a common room or something. And that'll be that. Alright, trancing. So you guys trance 4 hours apiece.
Yep.
And get your rest. And the rest of you long rest successfully into the morning. What do you wish to do upon awakening?
Breakfast. Well, we got 4 hours to wait, so I'm probably gonna have an early breakfast.
We should play like a card game while we wait for everyone else to wake up.
I know any. Do you?
I mean, I'm sure I could learn one. The mice at the last tavern I worked at used to show me one. It was kind of like Go Fish, but it was with cheese.
Oddly enough, I can imagine that. It's kind of cute. Also, what is Go Fish?
Well, okay. I'll start explaining, and then hopefully I might be done explaining by the time everyone else wakes up.
Alright, so you explain Go Fish to him. As you guys will wait for the rest of the party to wake up, and they do. So you awaken, awaken in the tavern. Or upstairs, actually, in the inn above the tavern, so... And yes, there are the breakfast meats cooking downstairs and so on. If you want some of that, it's pretty much the same menu as you had before. They don't have any sort of transitional food like options.
How'd y'all sleep?
Knowing I wasn't gonna wake up in a dungeon. I was a little nervous for a bit, but you know. It was nice waking up not in a dungeon.
You know, clean clothes. That's gonna be nice.
Yep.
Actually, after Soot receives her clean clothes, she does take a little pouch out and sprinkle just a little bit of soot back on her clothes. I feel more comfortable that way.
Good luck ritual?
Okay.
What's up?
Is that a good luck ritual?
Yeah. Safety. It's also an aesthetic, you know?
Yeah. Makes you look all rough and tumble. Not afraid to get dirty. I get it.
Yep. Soot walks down the hall and knocks on Ezekiel's door, or everyone else's door, to wake them up. You guys in there?
Ezekiel emerges from his room fully dressed in his armor, and he'll wave as he walks out to Soot, and he'll make his way down to the dining area.
As she is knocking on each individual room, after she asks, "Are you in there?" I'm messaging them loudly. Wake the fuck up!
I comment on how lovely Ezekiel's hair looks this morning.
That would kind of be hard to do considering he has his helmet on.
And I look back and smile and go, as I said, your hair looks lovely.
He'll kind of nod and be like, all right. And he'll just keep walking.
Yeah, Lan's gonna walk out at that time and kind of pat Ezekiel on the arm and just be like, just go with it, big guy.
He'll look at Lan and be like, but my helmet's on. Like, you can't see.
And Lan's just gonna, as Ezekiel's trying to like explain why the joke doesn't make sense, Lan's just gonna be guiding him down the hallway. Sure, yep,
Aspen is gonna get out her magic 8 ball or 20-sided die, whatever we end up deciding to call it, magic 8 ball, and ask it, are we gonna have a good day? Or it's like vibe checking what type of day it's gonna be.
Okay, so you roll on the 8 ball, all right? Or the thing.
Gonna see what day it says it's gonna be like.
Okay, 1d20.
That'll be good.
All right, it swirls around in the arcane. The augury sort of compels into your mind, or compels itself into your mind, and says on the result, "Ask again later." So it's a little ambiguous with the suggestion to wait.
Then I'm just going to look at it. It's like, well, that wasn't very helpful. And then you have to go down and eat breakfast.
I told you to be patient. You can interpret that however you want.
Because, barbarians are known for their patience.
I would add tiny patience.
And then, like 5 minutes later, can I try it again? I waited later.
Let me see. I don't know if there was any. I don't know if we put any limits on it like that. I don't know if we.
I don't know
remember.
either. If there is, I can. Yeah, but
I don't remember talking about setting a limit on
Oh.
how many times it works.
3 charges per day, actually.
okay. I also use another charge. Like I waited.
So you have
I'm
2
gonna do
more.
it again.
You have 2 more charges.
I will roll again.
Okay.
There it is. Oh my god! Like it's not like me.
All right. So the power sort of manifests the text forth, and it says, "Better not tell you now."
Oh my god! All right.
Now you gotta sort of. I mean, you can also change the question too.
Right.
But it's sort of up to you. Otherwise, I'm just kind of going off the same question.
Oh yeah, it would have been the exact same question.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's we called it the foresight football. That's what it is.
The foresight football?
Yeah.
Kind of a
Just found
dangerous
the
name.
item card. Yeah. Like a 8-ball magic 8-ball, essentially like a soccer ball.
And I guess while everyone's eating and at breakfast, Aspen's gonna be. It's gonna say like, I thought about it a lot, and I do think we should try and stop Lord Greywater while we're here. Like, I'm sorry, Taven, we keep putting off your quest. It's still very important and a priority, but I feel like we should, since we're right here already, do what we can to stop this horrible, horrible man. I don't know how we will proceed forward with that, but that's my opinion on the thing.
I mean, we could always just ask Taven if he's interested, because he's the one whose mission would get postponed if we did the Greywater thing.
Well, but he had that Eliana side asterisk quest that's here in Brenhall. So maybe we can do two things at once. Multitask.
I'm okay with that. That's a good idea.
So we're trying to do both now?
Time, but seems like multiple things can be accomplished in this one place.
All right, TNN, how do we do that?
We'll just meet back here like at noon. And then I'll get up and follow Taven.
Okay.
Yeah, Lan will follow Taven as well.
Wasn't it your mission to take part of Greywater? Right? Wasn't that your assigned mission?
It was proposed to me, yes, but like I explained yesterday, I told my my coworker, I guess you could call him, I would leave it up to the vote of the group because again, we've promised Haven about accompanying him and we've put it off at least once. So I think it really depends on. We're going to go with Taven as far as we can to meet with this Eliana person, and depending on what he gets from that, if he feels he still needs to travel to the Southern Temple, then we go with him, like we promised we would. But if he gets from her what he feels he needs and is willing to stay here, then we assist my coworker with taking down Lord Greywater's smuggling operation.
Whichever lets me punch something sooner.
Yeah, we gotta get you to dig some holes with that big ass shovel.
Okay, so Taven's intent is to go to the Temple of the Titans and meet up and meet this Eliana, um, which is allegedly some kind of representative, the representative of the temple, which resides in the Shimmering Waters, which is to the west. Um,
It's up to you with that.
you go by the. So on your way to the temple, if you guys are in agreements, to follow Taven to the temple first, and then maybe go see Kieran after. Is that what I'm understanding? That's sort of the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so
Yes, tomatoes.
okay, so okay, so you guys take that course of action, right? And it's fairly calm in the. It's calmer than it was last night in the port, and a little lax on the security as well. But it's still fairly secure. I mean, there's still guards and stuff around, but it's a lot less traffic than usual. And you make your way to the Temple of the Tides, and on your way to the Temple of the Tides, you sort of get information. You see these sort of throughout. You on your way there, you begin to see more promotions because it's closer to the Coliseum. You're seeing a lot more information about the Coliseum events themselves, the types of battles that take place there, and the types of prizes that are involved. One thing that stands out to you, Taven, is the leaderboard. And so there's a leaderboard of champions, list of champions that have sort of championed them, made themselves sort of crowned as the top, um, I guess you would say, warriors that that the port has ever seen so far participate in the Coliseum. Yeah, we can call it here if you guys want to. I mean, we're technically over.
Probably a good stopping point.
Okay. So you're making your way to the Temple of the Tides, and with the information that you've gathered, which is quite a bit actually in this session, um, with the information that you've gathered, you are on your way to seek out this Eliana in Taven's quest, and that's where we'll pick up next week.
Cool.
Hell yeah. I'm ready.
Sounds like there's quite the adventure ahead.
Yeah, a lot of build up there, a lot of big info dump actually too on this one. You guys found out a lot. You moved to a whole new port. Sort of was able to avoid a lot of trouble in the process, which was great. So that made it pretty smooth. No combat, pretty smooth, and yeah, there's a lot of options set up for you now. So let's see what happens next.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Great session.
Yep.
Good stuff, guys.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, everybody.
Thank
Ciao,
you.
ciao. Thanks.